Alright, welcome, thank you for joining me. We are going to get right back in where we left off last night, which was collecting as many of the Aether Veins as we can in this latest zone we've come before we finish the quests, before we finish up the main story of the Stormbringer campaign quest line before we hit the patches. And I'm probably going to do some of the patch as well, depending on how long it takes. Whee! Getting further and further away from it. But I know there's one over this way that I have to that I can only get by going over this way. Plus the quest that's over here, which, you know, also gives me one. Step. Right, so, well, I'll see if there's another spirit over here, because they don't always give you the exact location of them. There is not. Okay, so I'm going to go back and get the other two spirits, and then I'll keep going forward. There we go, there's one more that's respawned. Yeah, that's 4 out of 4. Now we keep on keeping on. Oh, one was... well, screw you, game. Over there. So I will have 7 of 15 when I hand in my 2 quests. Yep, I stopped at the right time. Otherwise I would have had to go all the way back around. Yeah, we'll just teleport back a bit here. So I'll have about half of them. Your efforts will be felt, adventurer. When this land was yet under the yoke of the Empire, my own father lost his life in the fight for freedom. But although our conquerors permitted me to build him a gravestone, they would not allow me to perform his final rites as the teachings of the Fist of the Ralgar demanded. It was later that I had heard how a ghostly apparition was seen floating near his grave. I should have performed the ceremony, and the Empire's laws be damned. I should have had more courage, but I was so afraid to die, ashamed at the cowardice I showed them. I began seeking out other shades and specters to put to rest. It is a seemingly unending path, and I thank you for walking even a few steps of the way along with me. The nestling is slain? I knew I had chosen the right woman for the job. I am grateful you came along before any lives were lost to that monstrous bird. You have our thanks. Let's not waste any more time, shall we? My mom said Granddad kept the key with him at all times as a lucky charm. If he hasn't got it, then, well... Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Ready? We may have to deal with a few Imperial patrols, or worse. The soldiery's not far. Follow me. We're here, but this isn't right. Where is everyone? Word of the Alliance's advance has surely reached the ears. Blah blah blah. It is. The barrel appears to have recently been filled with fish packing salt. Someone was hard at work the last week or so. The pot is filled to the brim with salt from the lock. The lumber appears to have lain undisturbed for some time. Queer device. The Magitech device suddenly springs to life, flashing brightly and emitting a shrill sound. It's a trap! Well, I gathered that one.
With you.
Now then, where were we? Ah yes, looking for clues to the whereabouts of our erstwhile... yada 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 yada. Tattered diary. In the wake of the ambush, you find the diary belonging to a laborer. The last entry makes mention of a plan to take shelter in the Sully Monastery. The Sully Monastery, that's to the south. I'll lead the way. Not after the ambush, you won't. It's too dangerous. I can only assume it's down this way. There's this one. So much crap. And the map's not become invisible. The monastery is just past the gate. Keep going. Yes, I gathered they are. This is it. This is the monastery. They have to be around here somewhere. Wait. Oh, what? It's me, Whisker. Whisker, by Ralgar, is that really you? Oh, it's good to see you alive and well, lad. But who are these other ones? The Resistance, Grandad. My comrades in arms. She told you all about me thumbing my nose at the Mad King, did she? Daft sods never caught me neither. It wasn't much, but it was my way of rebelling against his rule. Glad to see you've got higher aspirations. Here, make our family proud. I will. I swear, Ralgar as my witness. I was worried when he wasn't at the Sotery, but we found him in the end. Now that we've got the key, it's time to find the underwater tunnel. We need to dive into the locks and look for the tunnel leading beneath the residential district. That should be no problem for you and me, thanks to the Kojin's blessing, but for the rest of you, I will have you know that I can hold my breath for 10 minutes. I think it's best that I support Nago and Arenvold's unit. Oh, right, you can't swim. I am aware of that, thank you. But it's neither here nor there, given that I lack both the Kojin's blessing and Thancred's preternatural lung capacity. Right, of course. I didn't mean anything by it, nothing at all. So, Balasar, Thancred. So, Balasar, Thancred, and me, let's head to the water's edge. Alphino and Whisker can rejoin the others and wait outside the gates for us to let them in. Southeast. Makes 6. Northwest. Alright, how do I get up there? Not that way. Time to go trekking. 4 more entry quests. I know the last one comes from the end of the campaign quest. There's gonna be one up here. I'll get this one first because it'll be easier. Well, not easier, just I mean, I'll just be able to come back, make my way back relatively easy. Through to go, and the third last one is over there somewhere. Oh, this could be a death drop because I'm in combat. Did not mean to do that. Too late. Alright, guess I gotta make my way back down here from the top. But that's fine. You can tell it's fine by the way I say it's fine. Come on, hurry up and load, ya prick. You have entered a sanctuary. You have left the sanctuary. You have entered a sanctuary. Alright. Well, at least it's not too far from where I was. Still a long-ass bloody trek, but hey. We gotta do what we gotta do. So this should leave me with 2 left. To the northeast. $700. 615 yards northeast. Just gonna head north until it starts telling me to head east. Mud monster. I'm guessing it's actually above me? Yeah. Well, no, it might be over here. Yeah, no, okay, it's above me. Alright, so let's go find a staircase that allows me to get up there. And hopefully I can actually get to it. Of course. It's at like the very tippy top. Oh. Okay, then how the ever-loving crap do I get to... Yeah, go away. I don't care about you. How do I get to those staircases? Yeah, they are inside those buildings. Can I not go in those buildings because I'm in combat? Or was I able to walk around them and I just didn't realize it? Oh, whatever, I can get around on this one. Last one. The southeast, so... I'm guessing it's gonna be down in the residential district, and I just can't get there yet, but we'll see. If I'm wasting my time, I'm wasting my time. Yeah, I think I'm wasting my time. Yeah. Okay, so, well, this whole quest is about getting me in there anyway, so I should be able to get to it from here. This looks like a good a place as any. Ere you dive into the briny depths. Uriange, what are you doing here? Master Alphino informed me of your plan, and thus did I hasten to your side. When Mistress Alice unfolded to me the tale of her defeat, I was much intrigued by the apparent ease with which Fordola, a theretofore unexpected warrior, defied my lady's every attempt to do her harm. After some few days of deliberation, I subsequently contrived what I believed to be a solution to the problem of her preternatural prescience. 'Twas in hopes of furnishing you with the fruit of my labor that I came. We get to it already. Wait, isn't that Moonbrinder? Her aetherite siphoned. Should my hypothesis prove correct, you need but activate it in her presence to say more would endanger the plan, for ignorance is your shield. It was Moonbroder's time. It is not yours, my friend. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, and return. We will, for you and for her. Right, I'm going in. Follow me. So Fancred's got some stupidly huge weapons. Like, some of the weapons in this game are just typical anime ridiculousness. So, where... I doubt this is the correct way, but we'll see where it takes me. This is entirely the wrong way. I'm not wasting my time. Well, I already did. I'm not wasting my time anymore. I need only locate the tunnel. Oh, so I went way the wrong way. The tunnel leads east. Fancred's already gone ahead. Let's not keep him waiting. That's because he can't breathe underwater. Whew, that was fun. Yes, yes, tremendous fun. Who needs a beast man's blessing anyway? I still can't believe you managed to hold your breath the entire time. It felt like we were down there for hours. Anyway, it's time we let our friends in. Once we head up these stairs, we'll need to make our way to the main gate, which are somewhere to the west of here. Forgive me for stating the obvious, but it bears repeating that until we open the gates, we three are on our own. 'Twould be in our best interest to avoid guards and easily startled small folk. Obviously, but once our guests have arrived, we'll be free to head towards the research facility where cryo is being held as loudly as we like. Since you've been here before, will you lead the way? Of course, but I will move quickly, so see that you do not fall behind. Nothing left to say then. Let's get to it. Let's do it to it. Wait, patrol, let them pass. All clear, with me. Sentry, get to cover. I'll deal with him. Oh, we're so covered, we're so hidden. Look for the lever or a winch. They know we're coming. Make ready, my friends. Yeah, this ain't gonna end well for you this time, girlie. I reckon you lot would come, but I didn't think you'd have the nerve to break the bloody doors down. Makes no difference to me, though. Time to die. Use the Aetherite Siphon to weaken Fordola and defeat her in battle. Oh, Siphon. Not Siphon. Defeat Fordola Rem Lupus.
I can read her every move!
The sooner I get everyone working on her, the quicker she'll go down.
Out of my way! If only you knew the power!
Duty complete. Hope this next part is voiced, because it would be really crappy if it wasn't.
I cannot lose. I will not!
Oh, but you will! Without your tricks, you're nothing! Conrad, Mefrid, your own comrades! I should kill you here and now for what you did! But there's no place for that kind of justice here. Not in my Alamigo.
Oh, how very bloody noble of you. Why, you'll pardon me my sins, will you? After you and your freedom fighters come and tear down everything we've worked so hard to build? We were fighting for our people's freedom.
You were fighting for your people's scraps.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
Now, my friend!
How convenient that she was in the first one we opened. And how convenient that we don't care about all the rest.
Alphino? I knew you'd come.
Touching as this moment is, it will have to wait. We should rejoin the main force at once. Lise!
I'm taking her back with us, alive. She's going to answer for what she's done.
Listen to you, talking like you've already won. Xenos is gonna tear you apart. He commands a power, echoing that of the Icons.
What are you talking about?
The hunt, you stupid cow. I'm talking about the hunt. He said you'd come, and here you are, his willing prey. You and your friends are dead, just like mine. And all our misery, all our sacrifice, it was all for naught!
No! You're gonna live long enough to see us win our freedom. I promise you that.
May I live 1,000 years.
Interrogations can wait. Let us be off.
You're going to live so you can see that everything you did was worthless, was pointless, and that it wasn't out of any desire for freedom, but out of exactly what Xenos wanted you all to do it, out of simple, pure hate. What a relief to have finally found her. Though our greatest challenge yet lies ahead of us on the eve of this final battle, I found myself overcome with joy. We could not have saved her without everyone's help. Thancred, Lise, Urianger, and of course yours. But yes, there is still much and more to be done. I should be very interested to learn the meaning of Fordola's ominous words for one. Lise is going to deliver Fordola into the custody of the Alliance, leaving Nago and her men to hold the residential district and stand ready. Once the Alliance has breached the main gates and commenced their assault, the Resistance forces will push through the entrance here and join the fray. In that case, I will remain here. My search for Kryl took me into the city proper, and my familiarity with their defenses may prove useful to the Resistance. Understood. I shall instruct Arenvold and his unit to render support as well. They were tasked with securing the Aetherite, as I recall, with me. Southwest. Oh, to the south. It's up there. How dost I get up there? You must be able to. There we go, this looks like the way. There we go, and that should be 10 out of 10. And now I just need to get the remaining quests. Gods, Kryl. It's so good to see you. I feared the worst. It wasn't your fault. You saved me, all of you. Thank you. We will be departing shortly for Porta Praetoria to rejoin the main host. Arenvold, I would have your unit remain here with Fancred, that you might support the Resistance troops in the coming battle. Understood. We won't let you down. I trust you will refrain from doing anything I would not. We are both far too young to die. Right. No noble sacrifices. Got it. Kryl, Balasar, let us be off.
The heroes of the hour. Not content with securing the residential district, you gifted me an Imperial commander. What are you after, a medal?
The work is its own reward, General. I must say, however, that Fordola's claims were not a little disturbing. What manner of power could Xenos have acquired that might equal an icon?
Might she speak of our missing Omega?
That would not be
Very
good.
possibly. The Empire's fondness for comparable Allagan technologies is exceedingly well documented. Have we made any progress with our own investigation?
None. The search goes on in earnest, but Sid has thus far found nothing of note. Mayhap the Garleans beat us to it. If they were working desperately to repair the machine, that might explain their decision to remain within their walls.
Ah, Lise. I trust you surrendered Fordola into custody without incident. We were just discussing the pilot's claims.
About Xenos and his newfound powers. She hasn't said a word on the subject since we rescued Kryl, even when the interrogator asked nicely.
Mayhap I can offer some insight into her claims, or at least into the facility and the experiments they conducted during my time there. Though my memories of the period are somewhat muddled, there are a few things I remember with painful clarity.
Thancred told us only that Fordola had undergone some manner of treatment.
Yes. It is a place wholly dedicated to the creation of enhanced beings, whom they refer to as the Resonant. As I understand it, the process aims to imbue a test subject with the qualities of an individual with demonstrated magical aptitude. This entails the mechanical extraction and transfusion of some manner of primordial essence.
So that's how Fordola improved so fast. I knew there had to be something. She wasn't half as strong or quick to predict my attacks when we first met. If it weren't for Oriange's siphon thingy, I really don't think we'd have beaten her.
My humble scheme asked far more in the execution than it required in the conception, I do assure thee.
Oh, you've got to stop doing that.
In calling upon Lady Alisaie after her defeat, I was most intrigued to learn of the apparent effortlessness with which Fordola countered her attacks. 'Twas as if she knew the blade's destination ere its journey began. A most impressive feat under any circumstances, but an almost miraculous one when considered in the context of Fordola's unfamiliarity with my lady's arts. How then could she so perfectly predict an unknown opponent's every move? After much deliberation, I surmised that Fordola may be possessed of a preternatural ability to divine meaning from the fluctuations of an individual's ether and to instinctively react. To employ a metaphor, one might say that she was attuned to the whispers of my Lady Alisaie's soul.
I think it might be more simple to
Have you
understand.
not just described a manifestation of the Echo?
I had no conclusive proof. The available anecdotal
suppose,
evidence suggested only that Fordola was uncommonly sensitive to etheric fluctuations, and 'twas this which led me to develop my stratagem. I would fashion a device with the capacity to generate a massive disruption in the surrounding ether. If, as I suspected, Fordola's senses were indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, the shock of exposure to a more amplitudinous etheric waveform would be akin to a debilitating bout of ether sickness.
How ingenious. I note that the success of your plan hinged on your device's wielder remaining ignorant of its purpose, lest Fordola divine your intent.
Indeed so, Master Alphino. All things considered, 'twas a most fortuitous outcome.
That's putting it mildly. In any event, if Urianger is correct, that would mean these Resonant have been granted the power of the Echo via artificial means. A sobering thought, to say the least, and one which makes me wonder what else Xenos has in store.
Whatever the Viceroy's newfound powers, I know of none better equipped to face him. And face him you must. For there is now but one path forward, and it leads straight to Alamigo.
And it's not as if we came unprepared. We've got all our friends and allies fighting for the same thing. Honestly, right now, I feel like we could take on anyone and win. And I mean anyone.
Victory is as good as ours.
Exactly. Oh, I wouldn't want to be in Xenos' boots. Not with the likes of us coming to get him. Right, I'd best get back to the residential district. Thancred and the Resistance forces are waiting.
It is time we join the main host.
Not quite, my dear boy. We have two.
Kyle, in light of your recent ordeal, might I suggest that you remain with the rearguard for now?
Oh, if you insist. Just this once.
If I may, General, is there aught Balasar and I can do to assist with the final preparations? I'm glad you asked. Pippin informed me moments ago that all forces are in position and that we are ready to commence the assault. Naught remains but to notify the Alliance commanders. If you've no objections, I should be glad to have you do the honors. You were instrumental in the success of Operation Archon. You helped bring an end to the Dragonsong War. You are a hero to the people and a symbol of hope. Some might judge it an empty gesture, or worse, a waste of your talent, but I know it would mean much to everyone here. Ha! That you should be the one bringing me word. By the Fury, it is good to see you, my friend. You who stood with us in our direst of hours will ever be an inspiration to my countrymen, and to me. Though Ishgard's debt can never be repaid, it is my hope that our deeds this day should go some small way to redressing the balance. All is ready. Very well. Though many will fall in the coming battle, how many more shall know liberty for their sacrifice? There is a time for peace and a time for war. Even the matrons understand this. We who have received of hers and the Elemental's blessing. Go now to stand for Eorzea and her children. It's time then. Though this is not my theater of choice, we will play our part. Our cannons cannot either way. That battery has sunk enough ships to fill a fleet. 'Tis not like to be bested by a gate. It is done then. Thank you for humoring an old bull. Maelstrom, Ada, and Ishgardian forces are in position, General. Resistance forces in Alamigan quarters are ready and await our signal. Naught left to do but the deed itself. There's one there, and one there. So we're gonna do those two quests first. Lieutenant Bigman, I presume. I've spoken with members of the Scions, and if I may be so bold as to ask, is it true you learned some Far Eastern techniques for moving underwater as freely as a fish? Then it has not been exaggerated. Incredible. Would you be willing to put that ability to use for us? If so, I have an agent stationed underneath those tower steps by the lock who would dearly love to speak with you. You're Balasar, aren't you? The famous soldier and adventurer? It might be that I'm asking above my station, but I could use your help with a bit of a problem. I've been tasked with rounding up a couple of nasty wavekin, and I have to admit to the fact that they're too much for me to handle. For a hero like you, however, I suspect there'd be naught more than a spot of light exercise before lunch. Have you seen those monstrous yabbies crawling about the south of the White Isle? I have some large hemp sacks you can use to drag them back here. Just be sure to tie them out a bit beforehand, and any fight left in them and they'll rip right through the sack with those spiky tails of theirs. Right. I really enjoyed the music here. I'm kind of digging it. Ah, Lieutenant Bigman. Lieutenant Dorov said you might be on your way. Ready to get your boots wet, are you? I should probably begin from the beginning. One of the soldiers we captured during the Battle of Castrum Urbania was concealing a map on his person. The map was marked with a curious symbol, but no matter how hard we cajoled or threatened, the prisoner would not tell us the symbol's significance. This naturally piqued the curiosity of our commanders, and they immediately ordered a search of the marked area. Now the problem is that the area is mostly covered in water, and we've found nothing of interest above it. And in this secret, whatever it is, must be down below. We were eager indeed to enlist someone with your apparent talent for underwater exploration. I've circled the spot on your map that would like you to investigate. If it turns out to be something we can bring back, pray do so. Be careful down there. Imperial material. Anything of interest? This looks like an Imperial material crate. Oh, no shit. I doubt anyone would bother sinking ordinary supplies, so I say we take a look inside. Now it's breath. This thing is filled to the brim with gems and jewelry. From what I can tell, these all seem to be of Gear Arbanian design. In fact, I'd say this collection is of damn near royal quality. The bottom of the lock is not where I'd choose to keep such valuables, so it's safe to assume they were acquired in less than honest fashions. Our prisoner likely hoped to hide them down there until his stint in the army was over. Rebuilding a country is an expensive job, eh? Alamigo's royal family is no more, but we should return these to her citizens nonetheless. Thank you for braving those waters, Lieutenant. Pray report to Lieutenant Dorothy, and I'll see that this crate is transported back to the headquarters. Welcome back. Was there aught to be found? A fortune in stolen jewelry, was it? That explains the prisoner's unwillingness to share. As my agent explained, we will see to it that those valuables are returned to the Alamigo coffers. Thank you. This will go a long way to helping the nation recover from the ravages of war. Were you able to capture those yabbles for me? Oh, these are some lively nippers. I'd best get them in a pen before they tear their way free. It's a good thing they're ill-tempered, though. Why is that, you ask? Well, just between you and me, we're planning on using the yabbies as a secret weapon to disrupt Imperial military camps. I'd love to see the look on a Garlean officer's face to find one of these beauties running wild in his command tent. Thank you. I was growing tired of sewing up the holes in those gigantic sacks. Jesus, I might hit 80 before I even hit the next expansion. I really hope I don't. Right, now back to the main quests, for we have only one more Aetherite to get, and it is the end of the quest campaign. Which will either be this one or the next one. Right, then I must go to my men. I shall be leading the first charge through the breach. Then we shall head to the front. Pippin has command of our artillery outside the gate. You will not be hard to find. Ah, but before you go, I have a final favor to ask. Give this to my son. He will understand. Yeah, so just as I was saying, I hope I don't hit level cap. I think the experience dropped, so hit that point where they're like, "Hey, look, you're at max quest. We're not going to give you much experience, but we'll give you more money." Do I have any I have... I have one Fantasia left, which I'm gonna use once I finish the main quest. I'm thinking I'm gonna recreate myself as a bunny girl. Because, why not? I was thinking of going back to my original look of a, one of the really tall people, yeah, and a male version. But, why do that when I can be something else? I can be one of the little short people. But I don't really like the short people. Balasar, Alphano. What is it you got there? Ooh, a new sword. By the 12, this is Tizona, the Bull of Alamigo's legendary sword, forged from 2 cursed blades. This sword is a symbol of everything my father fought to achieve, a weapon claimed on the blood sands, and with its fortune and glory, its flame consumed the unworthy, but by fire was he reborn. That he should bequeath it to me now, to carry on his legacy. Well, I shall endeavor to deserve it, but I'll be damned if this is his final battle. Once we begin, there will be no respite until it's over. Are you ready, my friends? Very well. Brace yourself. This should be quite the spectre. Vice Marshal! Vice Marshal! Imperial units approaching from the north! Aiming to destroy our artillery, are they? How many? Total numbers unconfirmed. At least 100 squadrons, but sir, they're wolfmen! Versailles Dormite? Bloody hells. That's all we need. Call up the Bloodsworn. Tell them to make ready. Marshal Terrapin, wait! These wolfmen of whom you speak hail from Doma. They were coerced into fighting for the Empire, spirited away to a foreign land and told that if they disobey, the lives of their kin would be forfeit. But their homeland has been liberated. They have no reason to continue serving their Imperial Marshal. Ere you engage them in battle, I beseech you grant us a moment to go and attempt to convince them to lay down their arms. Or turn them back on their former masters. I am loath to give our enemies more time to prepare, but if there is a chance that this conflict might be avoided, I suppose we must take it. Go then, but be quick. We will, Vice Marshal. With me. But I get the feeling that the Beastmen have had something done to them that will force them to not see reason. Though I could be entirely wrong about that, I am purely speculating. We will wait here for the Lupin to arrive. Steel yourself, my friend. Though I hope to resolve this without resorting to violence, it would seem wise to prepare for the worst. They come. You, clear the road. Honorable warriors of Doma, my name is Alphano Levelia, and I come before you with news of great import. Silence, boy. You stand upon a battlefield. Be gone or be cut down. Doma is free. Lord Heian has returned and driven Yotsuyu and the Imperials from your land. We were there. We helped him. There is no need for you to fight for Xenos. Lord Heian is dead, and you are a liar. What could a boy such as you do against Magitex? Throw stones and spit curses? Invoke my lord's name again at your peril. We will suffer no falsehoods. I speak only the truth. Put up your weapons, I beg of you. Let us speak as friends and not shed blood in vain. If your claims were true, we would gladly sheath our blades and embrace as brothers. But since they must be false, we would be traitors to accept. Our lives and those of our loved ones forfeit. Words are air. You will prove the truth of your tale on the battlefield or die in dishonor. So be it. You are no strangers to battle, that much is plain. I am what? I am the White. I am Hakuro, and I will be your opponent. How about you? Seemed like a very poor spot to spawn them. Ah, they move. The spider is very similar to the one for the Samurai level 70 quest. Enough! You are every bit the warrior you claim to be. You fought with honor and restraint. You could have killed my men and perhaps even me, but you did not. For this I thank you. Warriors brave and true, I pray you tell us of the Battle of Doma's liberation. We should be glad to do so. Lord Hien returned. Such joy this news brings us. But for Lord Gertsetsu to perish in the keep's collapse, to be taken from us by such treachery, there is no justice. Eyes forward, Hakuro. He wished for no better death. You knew him well, aye. He would not suffer us to mourn with so much undone. And so we will not. Duty comes before all. All Lupin shall know of Doma's liberation, and of your part in it. When you breach the gates, we shall turn on Imperials as one. White with fang and claw shall we rip open the throats of our masters. This the White swears. Thank you. When our war is ended, I am certain that your lord will help us to return. Thank you. When our war is ended, I am certain that your lord will help us to return you all to Doma. Such a curious thing, Destiny, to see us meet with friends of Lord Hien in this distant corner of the world. But we shall not keep you. Your day is not yet done. Yeah. Come, let us not keep our comrades waiting. We have a nation to liberate.
Ah, you are returned. Were your negotiations with the Wolfmen successful?
The one they called the White was receptive to our words once we told him of Doma's liberation. They withdrew behind the walls to inform their brethren. If the gods are good, no blood shall be shed between our peoples this day.
Hear, hear. Now, I think it's time we did something about those gates. Thaumaturges, forward! Give me hellfire! Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno! Now give me a curse and winter! Enough ice and snow to bury a behemoth!
It may seem stupid, but that constant shift from cold to hot would actually do some pretty significant damage.
All cannons! Fire at will! Let no man say we neglected to knock!
Magitech.
Damn that armor! We nearly had it!
Yeah. Doma.
Is that...
Bear witness, my Eorzean brothers and sisters. Doma is come to pay her debts.
Lord Hien!
We will deal with the flying machines. Forward, my friends, for freedom and justice!
You heard the man! All cannons resume firing! We're through. The way is clear.
We managed to open it just a minuscule amount. Though I suppose from our distance that minuscule amount is probably like 2 or 3 meters in width. Impeccable timing, those Domans. Come, comrades, the enemy gates is down. Forward! And there's the last Aether. And Xenos is right there. The battle for Alamigo is at hand. All forces have been ordered to advance into the city proper. I trust your unit of elite adventurers is ready. Excellent. Your objective is to make haste for the castle and kill Xenos Yea Galvus. Any question, of course. Any questions? Of course not. Now go and get the bastard. Alamigo, now accessible. Now I need only wait. Whee! So I'm just gonna Alt-Tab while that's going to see if to mess around on with my headphones whilst I'm waiting for that. Apologies for this. I'm just futzing about in some settings on my headphones whilst waiting for... waiting for this to go off. There we go. Alright, so... music... most popular... my Pro Equalizer settings somewhere. Okay, well, I haven't figured out what I was doing or how that works, so... well, I have the Monet for another piece of gear, so let's go back to Kugane and pick up that. That's probably the last piece of gear for this level 70 poachable armor set. Okay, so 385, 85. Okay, so alright, so legs and feet are the ones I don't have. I'm pulling up my crap while I'm up here as well. Probably isn't gonna make me too much money, but... especially since it's probably better to just sell this stuff on the AH, or whatever it's called in this game. It's not part of a set, then I'm getting rid of it. Oh shit, did I think I might have sold the boots. God damn it. Now I have to rebuy them. And I won't have enough for... Pretty hefty upgrade. What does it look like? Right. Dun, 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 dun. It's one of those days, huh? Whee! Let's send this file lying around to kill some time. let's just go to Gridania. So, yeah. Okay. It's one of them there days. Oh, I got the DPS. We're just waiting on the tank and the healer. There it is. Trying to figure out where that music was playing from. Oh well. Right. Let's do it. We're 100% going to kill Xenos. Oh, that guy's got some fancy smancy weapons and shields. They're glowing. Oh, we're just end up doing another one of these, eh? Where we just run through it. Okay, if that's the way it's gonna be. When I have a second, I will turn down the volume. They got this covered. System config, sound, volume. the first boss, defeat Magitech Scorpion. Ooh, is this gonna be like the first boss from FF7? It certainly looks like it. Shit, I did not mean to jump into that. Entered the royal palace. Big crits. Aulus Mala Asina. Ah, it's a scientist.
Have to share his findings. Initiate soul extraction. Success. The soul rebels. My God, this data.
Someone get a level? Oh, I got an item. One of the two. I get an item. Oops, sorry, bumped my microphone. Here we go. Golf bag boy. So stupid. He spun it around to grab the sword at the top anyway. So ridiculously stupid.
Let this moment last forever. Strength? The power to transcend.
The Dungeons 6. Of course he's gonna run away. This wasn't a an 8-man. Yeah, I'll turn my volume back up. You can have it Read. System config, sound back up to 50.
Yes! Yes! Such ferocity. Such tenacity.
Didn't he pull the sword
I
out from
am
the top?
loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought. But finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt. It fills you even now, doesn't it? The hunger to bite down on my jugular, to feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good. This is the beast I have longed to face. As you sharpen your claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
Right, and next we have a trial. That will be the 8-man, and it'll be us versus him. The hunt is on. What the actual fuck? Is that Shinryu?
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie. The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all. This fine specimen, on the other hand, is simply divine.
I suppose he would get along with both Ilbert.
Your fates
well,
are
get along.
entwined, are they not, Icon Slayer? This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire.
Yeah.
How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth made manifest this, but a being of pure violence.
I mean, he would be all for what Ilbert and
You
Nidhogg were
are
about.
the true architect of our design. You, who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You, who let slip the Allegan Hound to drive this icon into my arms. Oh my, have I said too much? Forgive me, this sensation is wholly unfamiliar to me. A question, then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon?
And kill it.
Ah, As simple as that. But of course, you are the Icon Slayer. Such certainty is to be expected. A pity. There is another alternative. Or there would be. Had you only mastered your ability. I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Van Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and a resonant. And oh, so much more. All icons must be exterminated, without exception. Such was the Imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being. They are a blight upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade. Ha! 'Twas not justice which spurred his campaign, but fear! Fear of the Icons! Fear of their power! Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic. Man should fight for the joy of it. To live, to eat, to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake. For we who are born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn. I know you understand it. You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the 5 hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
No, I'm sorry, but just no. I'm not the sociopath or psychopath or whatever path you are. I don't get off on causing people to hate.
And yet, in doing so, you prove me right. We are warriors. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end. You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. I live for them too! This is who we are, my friend. This is all we are. Alamigo and Doma and Golemald be damned! The gods, you by your gift, Aye, by my might.
He's a resonant.
And before the resonant, the gods shall be made to kneel.
Oh shit.
Ending to mark a new beginning.
Shitty. This ain't good. The Royal Menagerie now accepted. And as I looked over my kingdom, right, well, we're just gonna have to wait this out. Hopefully it should... it's gonna meet up while we're waiting. I'm just gonna BRB while I go to the bathroom. Hopefully I don't miss my cue. I said the other one was gonna be one of these, but no, this one is. Yeesh. Similar adventurers are having difficulty summoning their retainers. Should you wish to offer your assistance, you will find the Troubled Souls in Limsa, Gridania, and Udar. The reward will be the same regardless of whom you help, so do not hesitate to aid the adventurer of your choice. Yeah, I don't care. Ooh. We got a tank and 3 depths. It's waiting on the other 5 members. No, 4 members. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can count. Come on. Ooh. We got 4 depths. Just waiting for the other 3 members. Let's go up and listen to the music again. And it's not playing anymore. Lame. Don't dick me, game. There it is. Let's get to it. Come on, last DPS. Accept the invite. Don't be that guy. No one likes that guy. Don't be the guy no one likes. Oh. I thought he was going to be the guy no one liked, but he wasn't. He was the guy everyone liked. The guy who accepts the challenge. Well, that's no good. Now we can't escape. How are we supposed to run away now? I figured we'd be fighting Shinryu eventually, though. Erupted Aether. That's something we're gonna have to watch out for, whatever that means. There's no good spot for this one. Oh, someone ran off the edge of the map. Good on them. They probably thought there would be no edge of the map. It was a DPS. We might be fine. Ah, they're back. Active time maneuver! Oh. Well, shite. Sucks to be me. Res, I wholeheartedly accept. Nope, off I go. That's a death drop, I assume. Yep. Really? Really? Wow. I spawned on a bit of the map that had disappeared. That was just shit luck. I don't know where we have to stand to not die. I only died 3 times! And one of them was entirely not my fault because I spawned at a death drop position. Nothing I could have done about that one. I will give the... one of the healers. You can have it. Right. Cutscene time. Let's enjoy, shall we? Yes, quite. And then we stab him in the head. How convenient. And then we stab him in the head.
Are you all right?
No chance be left to his survival.
Xenos.
The hunter has indeed become the hunted. And yet, there is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it. Not that you could ever understand. To have stood upon this great stage of fools. To have played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment. Let it be enshrined in eternity. My heart beating out of time. So clear, so vivid, so real. So real.
Coward!
Stop!
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
Where is he?
He's dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
Liberty or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
We won. Forget him. The living have need of us now.
Stand tall, Lys. Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer loud enough to carry to the highest heavens.
You're right. Thank you. Without you... well, you know. So let's do it together. For Alamigo! In crimson it began, and in crimson it ended. And then we were free. But what is freedom, really? We may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires, and to strive for them. But in the end, we're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Xenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one. "20 years of Imperial rule have left Alamigo torn and bleeding. It won't be easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Papalimo. I won't. Because I remember the price of freedom. I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you. This is the end. The end of the Imperial province of Alamigo, and the rebirth of Alamigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
I will skip the credits.
Well, well, well. What a fine mess we've made. All but spent feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of ether. Still, better safe than sorry. There ends your hateful legacy.
You know, we probably should have destroyed them that way in the first place instead of just throwing them off a cliff or a bridge. It's over. My condolences for your loss. A father should not outlive his son. What nonsense. You do not mourn his loss. You surprise me, your radiance. He was your son and heir, an irreplaceable test subject. And an irreplaceable test subject. I know what he was. Monsters are not made for thrones. Nor are stars made to sustain false gods who sup on their very essence. Acorns summoned by desperate savages who hearken to the whispers of shadowless charlatans. Should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desires are one and the same. Preservation, restoration. Compression, resurrection, all in service of your one true God. And when the sundered shards are made whole, will there be a place for us mere mortals? Doubt my claim and question my motives if you will, your radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you will find this reassuring. How dare you? Whose face does he have? That is the question. Oh, she's right down there. We did it. We liberated Alamigo. I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to feel about it all. Relief, I suppose. Pride. And hope, too. We did it. Father, Ida, Papalimo, Conrad, Mefrid, Minfilia. We really did it. Hey, don't feel like you have to stand here listening to me mumble. Everyone else will thank you, or will want to talk to you too. You beat him. After all, you're the real hero of this story, so run along and take your plaudits. For you to best Xenos, even after he had harnessed the power of a primal, is a testament of your ever-growing strength. Not bitter to have had your vengeance stolen from you by another? There is some small regret, perhaps, but that is outweighed by the satisfaction I find in his death. I commend you, Balasar. As should we all. Xenos was a monster and a tyrant, the man who killed my father and countless others of my countrymen. The world is a better place without him. I should also praise Master Alphino for his foresight and restraint. Had he not intervened, I might never have had the pleasure of being reunited with Hakuro and his Lupin brothers. 'Twas a timely intervention, full glad am I not to have been burdened with the guilt of killing my Lord Hing's most trusted allies. Ha, indeed, my friend, indeed. After all we have been through, I really should know better than to worry, but as ever, the relief I felt upon finding you hale and whole in the royal menagerie, well, nigh reduced me to tears. The Warrior of Light, victorious again, I should be surprised if some small part of you had not come to resent the title and the responsibilities which accompany it. You must forgive us if we call you hero when you accomplish heroic feats. But as the Warrior of Light goes, so goes the world. You should take pride in the good you have done, and in the good you have inspired others to do. You are a natural-born leader of men. All these people weren't just following their commanders, they were following you. and you led them to victory, to freedom. Alas, not everyone could see that journey through to the end. But history shall remember them and the glorious future they made possible. Can you believe it? We won. We beat the bastard. Al amigo. Al amigo. Sorry, got a bit carried away there, didn't I? Hard not to, you know? We owe it to the friends we buried to shout and scream and cheer with all our hearts. I want them to know it wasn't for nothing, that it's finally over, and they can rest in peace. You hear that, lads? We'll be alright. We'll... Oh, bugger, not again. I'm so bleeding happy I could cry. The hero of the hour. I suppose we will have to add liberator to your titles. With the commander fallen, the remainder of the 12th. The remainder of the 12th chose to surrender to our forces. After 20 long years, it's official. The occupation is ended. But now the hard work starts. Though the people have had their fill of kings, there is no clear consensus on what sort of government they would prefer instead. Indeed, Father. Momentous as this achievement may be, the road which lies before us is no less uncertain than the one we have walked. Aye. Yet if we can overcome 2 decades of oppression, I've no doubt we can find a way forward. Thank you for helping to make this dream a reality. Finished your rounds? Great. In that case, I'd like you to come back with me to Rauga's Reach. Not for a rematch or anything. Sadly, I want to call all the Scions together. I'll explain later. Ooh. Do we get TP'd? Yes, I believe we did. I don't even know where to begin. Now I have flight in all these zones. And I have also ended...
We've been through a lot together, haven't we?
...the main campaign before patches.
I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
Well, there's only me here, so where are the rest? Sorry about this old tabbing. No, I won't tab there. No.
Good. You're all here. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help, because you believed it was right. Because you're Scion.
Yeah, Ishtola is up and about again.
I'm obviously a Scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Al Amigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Al Amigo, I can't be a Scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
An understandable one.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lise. 'Twas but a jest. But this I say with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after. Is that not so?
There you have it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need. We shall never refuse you.
Stola. Oh, gods. I swore I wouldn't cry.
Let's party!
Come back here, you slippery little devil.
Yeah, so he didn't die.
To think fishing could be so difficult. What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly? A fate worse than death. Fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, the Kami are not finished with us yet. Oh, capricious fortune. How you test me with this wretched soul.
Yeah, and she's still alive too. Personally, I feel you should have just killed her. Oh, he's out in the on an isle, on a deserted island out in the middle of nowhere. You know, I can understand wanting to do justice and whatnot, but I still say you should have just killed her. Not give her the chance to screw you over somehow. Well, they didn't have the Omega weapon, so that's still on the loose. This is indeed the work of either Shinryu or Omega. And since there is undeniably something down there radiating a massive amount of energy, which cannot very well be the late Viceroy's Lap Dragon, yes, I think we have our suspect. Well, this is a mess of our own making, so it falls to us to clean it up. It won't be easy, but is it ever? Jesse. And now comes the part where you say you've got no choice but to divert company resources and employees to this pet project of yours. Lost profit and belligerent clients be damned. Financial considerations notwithstanding, you have to admit there is an unquantifiable benefit in giving our people the opportunity to study such advanced technology. Oh. Is that before or after you blow it up or seal it away? Fine, fine. But the moment I judge this little venture an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, I'm ending it. Savvy? And to keep you honest, using my authority as Deputy President, I've gone ahead and brought in a consultant, a master engineer and mechanical genius. You didn't. He changed his clothes. Come now, you mustn't build their expectations too high. It will be less dramatic when I surpass them. Oh no, absolutely not. This is not happening. Nero Toskeva, eager to begin his first day as a loyal member of the Ironworks team. Looking forward to working with you, Garland. So fell the hunter, but what of the hound? So rose the children, but what of the... I don't know, I missed the last word. The Lux Apicon attunement complete. The measure of his reach. Alright, so there are other quests available to me, and we'll get onto them in a mo. But I want to see if I can finally spend my poetics. Tombstone Exchange. There we go. This is what I'm after. Tombstone of Poetics. War 2. So... so that was... $500. Okay, and that's the last one I can afford. Can't afford the pants, or what I assume will be the sword. Nope, these... Oh, weapon. Oops. Nope, weapons aren't there. Oh, there'll probably be an other. Ah. Nope. I don't know where weapons will be. So we have the token exchange. Right, well, either way, I can put on... So... Right, well, I don't know where to get the weapon. But that's not important. I can get everything else from there, and I just gotta keep on keeping on to get poetics. Can only cap out at 2,000, and right now I just spent all mine, so I should have, yeah, I have 10 left. Box. Arenvold's Adventure.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Alright,
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address.
Leadership?
The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings. Which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
So, do whatever the hell you want.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ironbold.
There you are. I've been searching all over for you.
Oh, have you now? Hell, Gov.
But don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Alright, but before we join you, buddy, I'm gonna go to an inn. I'm gonna take off all my clothes. Then I'm gonna go to sleep. And then I'm gonna change my race.
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurous before we were scions, were we not? After routing the Imperials and liberating El Amigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
That's what we do, I suppose. Oh, there's 1,000,001 new quests here. With the Secret of Oozes. And we shall call it Eureka. Alright, so I'm actually going to start working on all these plus quests. But first, as I said, I'm going to change race. Because I've gotten tired of being a dragon person. And I've got one Fantasia left. Until I can get them through other means. Alright, so I will do all the plus quests that I can see in this place, which probably means I'm going to end up doing a lot of dungeons. And when I say this plus, I mean this place. I mean basically any plus quest I see in a Stormblood zone. Alright, unequip, 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 unequip. Unequip, unequip, unequip. Can't unequip. Log out. I didn't actually need to go to bed. Could have just logged out anywhere, but whatever. Ah, I forgot to drink the Fantasia. Okay, gotta log back in. I forgot to drink the Fantasia. Well, now I could have... Like I'm a dumbass. Alright, who's on, if anyone? No one is really on. Did you host anyone? No, well, maybe. You did. You hosted Kana 77. Ah, there we go, I'm in. I'm in a loading screen anyway. I've always wanted to try I Want to Be the Guy games. Use. Log out. Right. Let's try that a second time. Right, re-edit character. Okay. Let's see what this is. I'm probably not going to keep it, but let's see what it is. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not going to keep that. Right, so my last guy, my original guy, was a Rodigan male tick. I was a... yeah. And so on. But we're not going to be this. Cancel... okay, whatever. Tick. New... there we go. So I'm thinking of being a Vieira, because why the hell not? There's no reason not to be. I haven't been this race ever before. I have been here. I have been Elzen. I haven't been Lalafels, but I don't like them. I've had a Mikote, a Mikote before, and I started as a Regadin on this one, and I'm currently an Aura. I have been a Hrothgar, but I've never been a Vieira. Of tall stature and slender frame, the Vieira's physical appearance is strikingly similar to that of the Hier or Elazin, save for their distinctive long ears. Adhering to a strict code known as the Green Word, they are prohibited from contact with the outside world under threat of exile. Their society is purely matriarchal, and males of age are seldom, if ever, found within the bounds of any village. They instead serve as protectors of the wood from the shadows, that no evil may ever encroach on their sacred lands. That doesn't really say why they shouldn't be any males, but whatever. Rubber. The heir of the Rubber clan live primarily in Golmore jungle, their umber skin allowing them to readily blend in with their surroundings. Though the males stand as wards of the forest, the females are adept hunters in their own right, fiercely guarding their homes and their young, despite attempts by the Dalmaskins to subjugate them. They have ever maintained a self-governing dominion. Though most would adhere to the traditions of the wood, some few have chosen to venture out into the world. Vina. With skin as fair as the snow-capped mountains towering above, the Vina clan make their homes in the forests lining the southwestern foothills of the Skate Range. Like the members of their sister clan, the Vina live as hunters and gatherers, laboring not only to protect the woods but to nurture them. As the winds of war swept up a number of those who left their mountain homes, many such hardened hunters chose to set out for the distant shores of Eorzea. I'm gonna be the brown-skinned ones, because I always find myself gravitating towards them. Custom. Height. We're gonna be as tall as we possibly can be. Bust size. Of course, that's gotta be at the max. We can't have it... We can't be like that. No. Skin color? I kinda like the basic, if I'm being honest. So yeah, I'll leave that as is. This is hair? Hairstyle, yes. I also kind of like that basic, but we'll see what else we've got. What other options we've got? Oh, having the headpiece as a hairstyle option, I see. I'm not going to take that because those bunny ears are going to be clipping enough as it is. That's sort of Yugiri hairstyle. That's nice. I don't mind that for a short hair. I might go with that because it'll probably avoid clipping beyond the obvious ones. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Oh, it affects the ear color as well. You get some striking white. Kinda like that, if I'm being honest. I'm always a big proponent of the simple, give the tips of the one color. Or the way of one color, give the tips of the other. Face. Yeah, I like that one. Jaw. Yeah, there's no real change there. Eye shape. I like what we've already got. Oh, iris size. I like that. I don't know what color it is because I'm colorblind, but I like that. Yeah, I like what was already chosen. No reason to change that. Yeah, and I'm fine with what was already chosen there. And same on that. Lip color. Ugh. Yuck, that's just gross. I'll leave that as is. I like what I've got there. Oh, bunny ear style, okay. No, I'm not a floppy ear fan. Sort of on the fence between 1 and 2. Either like upright or back. I'll leave it as is. Ear size. Well, everything else is at the max. This may as well be as well. Facial features. So what is that? That is bit of mascara, I believe. Ooh, a jewel in the head. Yeah, I like that. No. Tattoos? No, I like these ones. And I kind of already like the color they're in. Face paint. No reason to change that. Or the color it's in. No point in saving. Yeah, that all can stay the same. Okay. Now, let's continue playing as a new character. Oh, not a new character, a new race. Anything happening over on the Twitters? Probably not. Right. Now with that out of the way, I can put my armor back on. So what even is my headpiece? Oh, it's... Well, I don't like it, and I never do if I'm being honest. Right, back to Rauger's Reach. We have 1,000,001+ quests to pick up. Right, there's 3 right here. Ah, Balasar, just the woman I was looking for. As you may know, Rauger's Reach used to be a pilgrimage site for followers of the Fist of Rauger. Atop the mountain lies the remnants of the Temple of the Fist, which was once the center of their religion. It was filled with monks training their mind and bodies right up until the Mad King Theodoric decided to raise the temple. Curiously enough, a young lady recently approached me saying she wished to explore the ruins herself. I immediately turned down her request, knowing that she alone could not survive the route to the ruins. But then I thought of you. I am positive you are strong enough to protect her while she explores. The girl's name is Majori. If you are willing to help, seek her out by the doors which lead to the temple. I imagine she is still there pestering Rotmar to let her in. A wedge. Balasar, thank the gods you're here. We need your help. In case you haven't heard, we've set up an operation in Rauger's Reach while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since its disappearance during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know now that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands, and that it was shackled with some very distinctive-looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, only you know what could have done something like that. And the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself. Balasar Bigman, hero of the Resistance, greetings and well met. I wish to thank you for the countless deeds in service to our cause, and share with you an opportunity which I believe may be of interest to you. There is a great and wise man, a veteran of countless battles, who awaits you outside Rauger's Reach. Go to him, and he will unfold all. This quest, dungeon requirement, the Fractal Continuum. Loving the shades, by the way. Surprised? Aye, so were we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you, you will play no part in this investigation? Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in Omega's activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues, not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know, I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. Then I trust you will think elsewhere. I trust you will thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated effective immediately. The thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full, and it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 what you get was at the agreement. Look, whatever disagreement you might have had in the past, the fact is we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep, at the very least. I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified venture represents an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. Tisk tisk. As much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you would not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit of the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, it was not my intention to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here, seeing as you are, though. I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's power, and even if it was damaged during the encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I, for one, would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend? Then it's settled. Chief, we have a problem. The aetheric concentration levels at the Yorn are soaring. Our readings doubled from one moment to the next, and by the time we went to check them, they doubled again. What? That could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Balasar, I need you with me at the Yorn, to the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone, and if possible continue surveillance from a safe distance. Alright, Chief, watch yourself out there. Am I just staying mind the shop too? Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight, but before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collected your inexplicably lavish fees, the Ironworks creed became your creed, that freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy, through Allagan ingenuity. Breach this contract and I will have my ponds of flesh. Alright. On to the next quest to pick up. Sawney. Balasar, you're a hard woman to find. I heard you'd thrown your lot in with the resistance, so I came here looking for you. Truth is, we've run into a spot of bother back in the Arboretum and could use your help. If you're not too busy breaking your fast on Galleons, or whatever you've been doing out there, we'd be glad of your expertise if you fancy lending a hand. I'll be over at St. Mossian's. I don't know how to pronounce that. Ooh, Kryl and whoever the heck that is. Of the Balasar Bigman of the Science of the Seventh Dawn, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. I have a message for you from Aunt Rowena. Well, it's more of a request, I suppose, though I don't have any details of consequence. She'd like you to assist with the exploration of a recently discovered island. Surely you'd be interested in that sort of thing, being an adventurer. If you are, then you should head to Kugane and see Kotokaze, the proprietress of the Shiokaze hostelry. It's a long way to go, I know, but the island's out that way anyway, so... Right, I think that's all the plus quests here. So I am going to make an exception to this that I will keep this one, my main quest, up. Right then, let's go find Master Lavalier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our adventures. Wait for us by the Aetheride, and we'll be along shortly. See you there. So, another striking opportunity. Yeah, I thought this would be the one over there. So yeah, I'm gonna go get access to this dungeon over here, then I'll go talk to... Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that the majority of these quests with Plus now will just be giving me access to XYZ dungeon. Are you also interested in exploring the Temple of the Fist? I never dreamed I would meet a fellow enthusiast. I first learned of monks when I attended a lecture given by a historian named Eric. Ever since then, I have continued to be fascinated by their creed and approach to life. I thought I would come and pay a visit to the site of their most revered temple. Now that the Empire has been driven out of the region, the only issue is this man will not let me pass. The monks use this path to the temple to train. It is filled with all kinds of traps and obstacles that cannot be overcome by just anyone. It is precisely those traps and obstacles that I wish to study. Everything I have read states that those who are able to reach the temple will come face to face with a monk of legend. Does that not pique your curiosity in the slightest? Who knows what kind of lessons one could learn from a monk that has mastered their art? You wish to know, don't you, adventurer? You are the one who helped the Resistance defeat Xenos, yea, Gelvis? Well, you should be more than capable of handling whatever the temple has to throw at you. In fact, if you are truly keen to explore what lies beyond these doors, would you mind if I joined you? I am fairly familiar with the layout of the temple grounds from all the reading I have done. I know I can be of help. Please take me with you. The Temple of the Fist is now accessible. Greetings. 'Twould seem we are to accompany Arenvold on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat on the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Raga's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by an unshakable belief that unseen forces were comprising to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction of our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the place upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouting every room from dawn to dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intentions of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would imagine the three of us delving into a decade-old mystery? Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. You have learnt the emote box. The news of Doma and Alamigo's rebellion has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. Which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such diversion? Tell us, Arenvold. Have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to, ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvold, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, whilst Balasar makes the round in the Alamigan quarters. Ha! And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let us be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. But before we get on that, we're gonna do these other quests we've got, and I will also... Actually, yeah, we'll just focus on these quests now. And whatever other plus quests they lead to, if any. Oh, crack-a-duck-a-ma-backa. Because I bet there's some plus quests over here as well. Yep, there's one, there's two. Well, as I said, we'll just focus on these ones for the time being. I see you decided to accept the invitation of the House of Splendors. Rona will be pleased. Come, I will show you to your table. Sorry about this, I'm just... It's good to see a familiar face in these parts, particularly that of the woman who might well be my most valuable asset. I gather you were not expecting Kryl or myself to be in attendance at this little tete-a-tete. As you will see, however, this is a matter which concerns us all. It all began when the vessel of the East Aldenon Trading Company happened upon an island in the Glass Ocean, a deserted island which was not recorded on our charts and, quite frankly, had no business being there. Suffice it to say, we were surprised, pleasantly so in fact. An unclaimed, undeveloped island in such a location would be a boon to our trading concerns in this corner of the world. Kugane is bleeding us both dry with its tariffs. Depending on the goods, we're paying more than 10 times what we'd owe in Limsa or Udar, which is already too damn much, believe me. What my dear Rowena is trying to say is that having an additional port of call in this region, one more amenable to free trade, would be in the best interest of a great many parties, which is why upon learning of this island I immediately authorized an exploration expedition. The team was large and well funded. I spared no expense, alas only a handful returned. The survivors report irregularities with the island's aether, which we believe gave rise to a number of strange monstrous beasts which set upon them not long after they arrived. This regrettable turn of events forced us to reevaluate our assessment of the island and put our plans on hold for a time. If development was to proceed, it would require a great deal more capital than the originally anticipated. So he came to me in mine for a handout, and I obliged. But before you scoff, know that some of my regular customers were members of that failed expedition. And what they told me was enough to justify the expense. Tales of treasure of untold wealth and riches and gods knows what else. I will have to wade through all of them beasties, but with great risk comes great reward, as they say. Spoken like a born entrepreneur, your ambition and ruthlessness are admirable, my lady. I dare say I could stand to learn a thing or two from you. In any event, having formed our partnership, we wish to dispatch a second joint expedition for us to the island. That said, if we were to send just anyone, their fate is like to be the same as the first. So this time we're of a mind to send a dab hand, a veteran of 1,000 battles, a tried and true killer. You see where I'm going with this? While I lack the aptitude for warcraft, I will be joining this expedition as a researcher. The Scions have an interest in this island. How perceptive of you. You are right, this is not the sort of affair that would normally concern us. However, after speaking with the others, they have consented to my participation on account of my personal interests. You will forgive me if I say no more at this time. If my suspicions prove true, then I will tell you everything, I promise. I think I need a drink. Right then. I believe that covers everything. The company's ship that will deliver you to the island is waiting to receive you. You may proceed to the pier whenever you are ready to depart. Oh, and so you're not surprised, you'll have company, a craftsman whose help I reckon we ought to have. He should be at the pier already. Rowena and I still have a few things to discuss, so why don't you go on ahead? I'll catch up to you later. Pier 2. And no matter how many times you say it, you whiny little shite, I ain't about to let a bloody stranger waltz up and deign to tell me which way my bread is buttered. Now piss off! Does your Eorzean stubbornness know no end? I have urgent business on that island, and I demand you take me there at once. I could hear the shouting half a mile away. Geralt, what's all the fuss about? Oh, Miss Cryle, sorry about that. It's this here bastard what's causing trouble. Edgeka, what are you doing here? Did you really think I wouldn't find out about your letter? The nerve of you trying to get a head start on your own. Well, sorry to spoil your plan. Don't be difficult. I had every intention of requesting your assistance if and when I confirmed my hypothesis was correct. Forgive me, you must be completely at a loss. This gentleman on my right is... Wait, you already know each other, do you? Or not? Well, as you may have guessed, Geralt will be lending his considerable expertise to our expedition. And on the left we have Edgeka Sunichika, of the Student of Beldesian, and you must be the so-called Warrior of Light. Charmed, I'm sure. I'll thank you not to get underfoot. I like his staff. Manners, Edgeka. If you intend to accompany us on this expedition? Of course I do. If you think I'm about to let the by-the-books traditionalist like you conduct an independent investigation, you've got another thing coming. I should be glad to welcome you the assistance of a preeminent scholar such as yourself. Now, if you would be so kind as to stop badgering poor Geralt and board the ship, we can get underway. Edgeka is one of the few surviving students of Beldesian. While his expertise in aetherology is impressive by any measure, alas, so is his ego. But enough about him. We have an island to explore. If you've no matters left to attend to, speak with Rodney. He'll show you aboard. It occurs to me that no one bothered to tell you the name of the island we mean to explore, am I correct? It's a bit grandiose and melodramatic, but what we've tentatively named it for a place from Alagon legend, a forbidden land with fearsome weapons where hidden away for safekeeping. We call it Eureka. Interesting. Eureka Animos. You have access to the Forbidden Land Eureka Animos. Animos can be explored in parties of up to 8 players or solo. To embark on your journey to Animos, speak with Rodney at Pier 1 in Kugane. Please be advised that all excursions into the Forbidden Land Eureka are item level synced for Animos. Animos gear exceeding an item level of 300 will be adjusted. While exploring Animos, you will have the opportunity to create Eureka gear and weapons. If you wish to do so, it will be prudent to acquire level 70 antiquated items in advance. Should you wish to know more about Eureka Animos and what it has to offer, you may speak with Rodney for further details. If your elemental level is above 20, it will be sent. Well, sure, why not? Let's check it out! The Forbidden Lands, Eureka Animos. Hope it scales to appropriate levels, like our appropriate party. So, you know, if I'm soloing, I hope I'm not expected to fight monstrously hard enemies. You have attuned yourself to the Aethernet shard and now have access to the region's Aethernet. Additional shards can be found throughout the Forbidden Lands. Attune to them to facilitate faster travel throughout the island. I'm gonna guess there's no, yeah, didn't think so. I knew it from the moment we arrived. Despite everything that has happened, there can be no mistake. I hate to admit it, but you had the right of it. I said I would tell you everything if my suspicions proved true, and so I will. The reason I urged the Scion to approve my participation in this expedition is because this island is the Isle of Val. The self-same island that once served as the headquarters and home of the students of Beldessian, an island that belonged on the other side of the world, that was obliterated by a terrible magic. I was fortunate enough to have been elsewhere at the time, but I know you were not so lucky. I don't suppose you have any idea how it could have ended up here in the Glass Ocean. Alas, my memories of the incident are muddled. All I recalled is a voice, that of the star, I suspect, faint and fleeting but warm, and then I awoke on the shore of Old Shalayan. How convenient for you and utterly unhelpful for the rest of us. Would that more than Galuf's chosen heir could have received the blessing of light. And where are you off to, Ejika? To find anyone else that might still be alive. I'll thank you not to follow. I work better alone. I'll allow that I've yet to repay you for bringing me to this island. Let no one here say I am ungrateful. I heard it enough from Galuf. A proposal, then. Should I learn anything of significance, I will return here and share it with the rest of you. Does that satisfy, Kryl? He's a handful, I know. You needn't worry about me. I am more than capable of defending myself. So, we have a mystery on our hands. Somehow the Isle of Vow was transported from one corner of the world to this one. Ezrika is right in that our first priority should be confirming whether or not any of our comrades that were here are still alive. If someone is, then perhaps they will be able to help us understand what happened. I appreciate your help more than you know, but before you can begin in earnest, it is important that you are properly prepared. The stories you heard about the creatures that roam these lands were not exaggerations, and I would not see you struck down due to carelessness. Geralt has been working on something that will be of use to you. Why don't you go and see if it's ready? I have various measurements to take in the meantime. Come and find me if you wish to speak later. Got ourselves dragged into a fine mess, eh? Rona's still wielding that tavern dead of mine like a chef's knife, taking a ponce of flesh here and there. Wait, don't tell me she's got hooks in you too. Ah, well, it's no business of mine. We're here, and we may as well make the most of it. Much as you can make of being stuck on a god-forsaken island where the very element are your enemy, and the only living creatures want nothing more than to make you dead. You've probably heard from the others about how beasties here have been bathed in the twisted aether of this place and are somehow stronger for it. Don't know about all that, but I do know that if you walked out the gates and let one take a swing at you, you'd feel it more ways than one. Aye, not only can they rend flesh and break bones, but they can also disrupt your very aether. So if you're intending to go toe-to-toe with one, you'll need a way to improve your ability to endure said beastie's attack, rather. Your ability to defend against attacks of given element aspects. Goes without saying, the same principles apply if you want to hit the beastie's back harder, eh? Anyway, to that end, Kryl and I have been working on a solution, a magic contraption you can use to manipulate your aether affinities and fight more effectively in Eureka. We call it a magia board. Might take some getting used to, but I'm sure a clever lass like you will manage. But the board alone's not enough, I should say. You'll need these crystals. What were they called? Magicite, that was it. Type of crystal found here in Eureka. Pure as driven snow, or so I'm told. Lucky for you, I got one spare, brought back by a survivor of the first expedition. Go on, take it, along with the board. Reckon you'll find more while you're out and about, so I've designed it to take up to 5 in a given configuration. To affix or remove magicite, you'll need to avail yourself to the Magia Milder. Okay. I don't know which one I should. Sure. Let's go with water. And then I want to hub layout. Doesn't seem like I can move the Magia board. Ah, there we go. Let's just put it up here. Alright, While taking preliminary readings, something unusual came to light. The headquarters of the students of Bodessian was situated in a tower which appears to be encased in a magical bower. Someone or something seems to have activated our defenses. I can only hope this was the work of survivors. The very possibility is enough to make investigating the tower a priority. The question is, how are we to get there? Barriers notwithstanding, traveling on foot would place us at the mercy of the wilderness. Could be safer to make use of the island's Ethernet. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry, but I don't care. You may now pass items only available for use on the Forbidden Lands. The Expedition Provisioner. Don't forget about the protein crystal. The last thing you want is to be in debt to Hancock and Rowena. So, what am I supposed to do here? Okay, you know what? Since I don't get how this works, I'm just gonna leave it to later. Unable to teleport. Okay, so I gotta... I might ask a mate of mine who also plays this game to help me out with that. I get the feeling that this is gonna open up an extreme dungeon. I knew you couldn't resist. Now before you go slaying everything in sight, let Midnight Duel explain our predicament. It's good to see you back in Dravania, Balasar. The place hasn't been the same without you. You're probably wondering why I sent Sawney to fetch you. It's all down to this murky little Kropoco. When I saw it come bounding out of the Arboretum, the first thing I noticed, besides it being covered in grime, was how bleeding lively the little sod seemed to be. We had our old friend Edgith take a look at it, and she reckons the layer of mud is what's making it so excitable. It's got this daft seedkin jumping around like a mad porogo. So imagine what it could do for our crops at green grub mud plots. There should be more of the gunk inside the Arboretum, but we have one small problem. It also affects the more troublesome species of flora, making them downright lethal. We want to send Edgith to look into it, but it's not safe with a bunch of botanists eating plants making a nuisance of themselves. What say you? Fancy giving them a bit of a pruning? Hard is now available. Oh, I can't do this one until I have an eye level of 340. How peculiar. What is my eye level? It is 337, so if I can just get a better weapon... Yeah. If I can get a better weapon, it'll probably jump me up there. What's my money? Okay, I can buy a better weapon in Kugane. So I'll do that in a mo. If you're the legendary adventurer, instrumental in the liberation of our homeland, aye. Though it took an army to see it through, I have heard tell of your singular accomplishments both here and in faraway lands. I know the type. You're a warrior through and through. Ever searching for new challenges, a woman who lives for those moments where all hangs in the balance. Did I say something odd? No, of course not. Not far from here is the place where monks of the Fist of Raga once honed body and spirit. The Circle of Answering, and by the grace of our Doman patron it is reborn. She who fights with strength of stone, unyielding breaths deeper, boundless sky, and embrace serenity of rolling sea. Against her none can stand. To will you will face striking dummies possessed of the fortitude of fantastic fiends and otherworldly foes. Attack them with your might and maim them. And should you triumph in the allotted time, you will know you have the strength to defeat them, though you may still die in the process. They are dummies, after all, and will not hit back. But that goes without saying. Doubtless you are intrigued. When curiosity overwhelms you, I shall deliver you to Stone Sky. Well, it's still called the Circle of Answering in name, but you must nevertheless embrace the wisdom of the elements to overcome your trials. Oh, how foolish of me, I forgot to tell you the best part. It's free! You now have access to the Circle of Awakening, an expansion of the Stone Sky Sea. This training ground can be accessed by speaking with a battle-hardened veteran outside Realm's reach. Okay, don't care. Oh, how convenient. I thought they figured, oh, this is the fringes. That's not a good sign. That was not there before. What in the seventh hells is going on here? A veritable sea of condensed aether. A Precious has been busy. What villainy is this? Is this Midgar somewhere? Yep. In slumber sweet have I lain since mine offspring's war with man did end, yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another, our history spanneth eons and stars. Oh gods, what's happening? Quetzalcoatl chasing a chicken, a tiny chocobo. An adorable little chocobo. Chief, get out of there! You're not dead. Apparently not. It passed straight through me, as if it was some sort of illusion. It is one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of my kind, capable of weaving aether into life. That serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will become a corporeal threat ere long. Well, whatever it is, it's gone. Well, this peculiar thing remains. It looks like the Chocobo from Chocobo Racing. Where? If it looks like a Chocobo and quests like a Chocobo, I'm thinking it's probably a chocobo. Midgard Summer's gone. Where? The way it queers isn't unlike a chocobo, but it looks more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo, trust me on this. The one we Lullafours ride are all about the size, aren't they? I suppose. Aye, alright, let's go with chocobo for now. Thy mistress' blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then. Very well. As this matter concerns Omega, I shall speak with it in thy stead. Ah, Belisar, aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? This is Midgard Summer. What? The Midgard Summer? Who fought and fell at the Battle of Silvertear? Silvertear Skies? And here I was content to be traveling in the company of just one legend without wishing to offend you, hero. The father of dragons does have something you do not. That being relevant knowledge, there is much we could learn from him. Little and less is known about Omega's origins. It first appeared in records dealing back to the Third Astral Area before the Allagan Empire reached its zenith, and said records had but one thing to say: Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allagan enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until its capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. 'Twas always assumed that the Allagan built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But now Midgard Summer tells us that it is not even of our world? Just so, it haileth from another star. More than that, I will say not. I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plane beyond this hollow, wherein it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet being weak it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over unto this world. Ordered to fight? By Omega? Why in the seven hells would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, you're saying we should jump in? You have not to fear from the fall. The hollow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, this being shall guide you. Servant of Hydaelyn, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. So you really can't show us around inside the hall, can you? So you really can show us around. Where? Well, I doubt any of us imagined things would come to this, but the father of dragons has given his assurance. Let us take our investigation into the Yawn. I have already apprised Jessie of our intent and instructed her to have our engineers on standby. Since we have no way of knowing what awaits us in there, I need you to be as ready for anything. Are you? Good, it's just a duty, not another whole zone. Let us begin. Where? Yeah. Jumping sound. So where the heck are we? And what is this place? And what's wrong with us? I can see straight through me. But not him. Or it. Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is proceeding. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent, Blip. Experiment? If you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that. Uh-oh. Oh, we're disappearing. Non-participating entities will be similarly erased. Please indicate your consent, Blip. It seems we can't even exit here without Omega's leave. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you? Alright, we consent. We don't really have a choice. Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha Group. So I'm guessing the Chocobo was the first one made. His first creation, before he really knew what he was doing. Oh, this is cool. Ethereal Rift, interdimensional rift. Looks like some manner of tower or egg. The aim of this experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a Chocobo is Subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. This assignation is tentative, however, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Combat capabilities? You mean you want us to fight? Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please note, however, that only entities with existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you. Blip bloop. An invitation from Omega itself. Not even I could have foreseen this. We are accepting it, of course. It's preferable to summary erasure, as I'm sure you'll agree. Alpha, was it my colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? Hey, you are fully whole again. Beep. Existential authorization transferred. Subjects ready to engage. Please begin at your own convenience and proceed as directed. This looks kind of fun. And tell him what awaits. So, where exactly do we go? It would help if there were a path. I think the floors moves. Huh. Level checker. I think I'll be heading off soon. Got food on the way. behemoth. A king behemoth, anyway. Duty complete! Your level is no longer synced. Dun dun dun! That's our goal, the Delta Escape. If I'm not mistaken, what do you think is waiting for us in there? Omega said that if group subject for... If the creatures we fought on the way were merely intended to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that far greater challenges await inside the egg. Our fellow test subjects, most like. But I am not certain what to make of the castle. Could it somehow be a connection to the test subject? Where? Alpha, but hold on a moment. Shouldn't either one or the other of us be translucent? Blip, subject confirmed to have arrived at the Delta Escape. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and farthest removed from myself. Yo, that's gonna change. Nonetheless, you are now fully fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challenges. As corporeal lifeforms, you need not undergo development within a test world. Instead, you may use the space freely. Not quite what I would have chosen, but one must make do. Speaking of which, what is it that we're supposed to do exactly? You are to enter the Delta Escape and defeat all test subjects within. Please note, however, that strength in numbers will not be acknowledged. There is a strict limit upon how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have existential authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck, Blip. Translation: dungeons or trials. So the eggs do contain our fellow test subjects, just as I predicted, eh? Before we turn our thoughts to this Delta Escape, I suggest we set up a base of operations here. It's somewhat cobbled together, but this should suffice as a base of operations. Take heart, old friend. Though every step we take seems to raise more questions, we will wade through this mire of mysteries eventually, of that I have no doubt. I think I'm also just going to take a break because my headphones are getting sore. Making my ears sore. Right, then what to do next? We know that Omega is conducting tests to determine the strongest being, but we do not know its ultimate purpose, nor even its exact whereabouts. Plainly, however, it is within Omega's power to curtail our stay here, whensoever it chooses. Accordingly, we have little choice but to proceed as bidden and defeat the test subjects waiting in the Delta Escape. Well, Alpha certainly seems keen, though it might be best if you left the fighting to others, Little One. That is, of course, assuming others are willing. What say you, old friend? He called me weak. I'm gonna punch him in the face. This promises to be a most entertaining foray, and I would not dream of missing any part of it. You may rely on me to provide you with remote support. With commendable foresight, I took the liberty of borrowing the various monitors that were lying around, and shall extract all information I can from them. Quack, quack! 'Tis a pity none of us speak Chocobo. As I recall, though, we are supposed to have Alpha transfer his operation to us prior to engaging in combat. I'm sorry, but I'm skipping this. Alpha appears eager to proceed. You may enter Deltascape V1.0 whenever you are ready. There we go. That's what I was expecting. Time limit 90 minutes. Yep. That's about what I was expecting. We'll get to that later. Use Duty Finder, speaker Reddit, use Duty Finder. So I'm just gonna. Oh, I can't do it in here. Actually, you know what? No, I'm just gonna call it here. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. I will be back at a later date, though come Thursday of next week, I will be putting a hold on FF14 to focus on Tales of Arise. Whenever I stream, that's likely what I'll be streaming. Anyway, thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. No one's online, so I will see you all later. Might do a stream tomorrow. We'll see how things go. Ciao for now.